Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at this important artwork by Barbara Kruger called Your Body is a Battleground from 1989. And this artwork has never been more relevant than it is today, perhaps at this exact moment. I mean, I can't quite think about what is happening elsewhere in the world at this exact moment, January 20th, 2025. I don't know. Maybe there's something of interest happening elsewhere right now at this exact moment. So let's get into recreating this painting. How might we go about doing it? Let's look at the plan for today's episode. In a few moments, we're going to talk about how difficult this painting will be to complete. Then we're going to talk about materials required. We'll do the image transfer. We'll stain it with a little bit of color. That's Imprimatura. Then we're going to talk about Barbara Kruger's biography, as well as why today's painting is so relevant. Underpainting, maybe. And then we're going to spend some time background, foreground. Today's a little bit different because we're going to be using tape to create some of the hard edges. This is going to be we'll see how well this goes. If all goes well, I think this should be about a 4 or 5 hour painting. If things don't go well, then I'll be here for a long time. So before we jump into that, let's just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Just remind me to turn my preview TV on. And none of those things cost anybody anything, but they do support the channel. It helps with the algorithm. It helps this channel reach more people. And as I always say, the more people making art, the better and more peaceful our world would be. If you do want to support the channel with a small donation, consider scanning the QR code there on the screen or entering in that web address. It will take you to my PayPal page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. Everything you see around here is because of people like yourself. I've never once taken any free materials or endorsed anything. No paid endorsements. I've just got a request by a gambling company yesterday to somehow promote their stuff on this channel. Never done that because I want to keep this channel as independent as possible. So that's what the PayPal looks like. If you want to support the channel with send an e-transfer or check in the mail or using the YouTube super chat, all of those links are down there below. My email is on my website and the Facebook group, which reminds me to promote the Facebook group. So this is a place where you can join a community of almost 1,300 people from all over the world who are at various different stages of their creative journey. And you can get support from other people, ask questions, and then about every 6 weeks I go through everything on the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to improve their work, whether that's the paintings that you might be working on in today's episode or in the drawing course I did almost 5 years ago now. I still give people free advice on how to improve those drawings, and that's what our Facebook group looks like. So let's jump right into it. Oh, there's Ari there. Happy to see you so early. I'm painting too. Awesome. And there's Eula. Hello, everyone. Awesome. We got the crew. Let's go into step number 1. It is early. I haven't even had my morning tea yet. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something you want to try doing? Let's look at the scale of difficulty. The scale of difficulty. And just look at, the different possibilities here. The beginner is someone who's maybe never painted before. This is the first time you've ever seen me. you don't know how to paint, you might have a bunch of random paints in a bucket or box, and you're wondering, should I try to doing this painting? A novice is someone who's maybe seen me before, done the color wheel along with me, but is still feeling like they're not quite sure how a lot of this stuff works. Intermediate is pretty much the vast center of where most people are, and that is quite flexible. You could be at the beginning intermediate or quite advanced intermediate, but eventually we come to the advanced, and let's just sort of, maybe I should show these as we go. The intermediate, you know, you're now starting to maybe do a few of your own things as you paint. Advanced is when you have maybe your own artworks you're creating from scratch. You're no longer necessarily reproducing things like we're doing in class. And then your expert or your master is someone like Barbara Kruger herself, right? So where do we fall in line? I would say today's painting is going to be somewhere around the intermediate level. I don't want to say advanced, because I don't think what we're going to be doing is necessarily advanced, just that it's maybe going to be a little bit time consuming and a little bit patience will be required, because it's also possible that things go wrong when we do what we're about to do today, and the more experience you have, maybe the more calm you'll be, and the less prone you will be to get flustered and get super frustrated and give up entirely, which is definitely what I do not want to happen. Oh, there's Kathy there. Hi, Kathy. It's early for me. I'm going to try this one even though it's out of my usual style of challenge. Must be a reasonable time for you, Ari. Yes. Why did my brain start singing Love is a Battlefield by Pat Benatar when I saw this? And there's Stephanie. Good morning, everyone, listening to class. Awesome. So cool. Okay, so let's get into the episode. So as I said, intermediate to advanced would be the answer for today. Let's talk briefly about materials required. Now, I did an entire episode, it's like an hour and a half long, going in depth on all the materials required, but since some people might be watching for the first time, I just want to kind of scroll through this kind of quickly. There's a free supply guide you can download from the Dropbox, and you can print it out, and you can use that while you're at an art supply store, and you use that to help you buy supplies. You can also use it to help you order supplies online. So there's the QR code. But let's go through this here. Oh, there's Pascaline there, Fuzzy Hebrew. Oh, that's great. Eating pasta for breakfast. So we're going to be painting acrylics onto a 9x12 sized canvas. We'll talk about that here in a moment. Is there materials? I don't think we're going to use any of that. But the best thing to have is lots of rags to clean up when you make your inevitable disastrous mistake. That's really important. So the method we're going to be using to paint here is called the split primary palette, meaning that you've probably heard of primary colors, but we're going to split them in half into their warm and cool components. Every color has a temperature. Some colors are warm and therefore they appear to advance towards the viewer. Cool colors appear to recede. And that's helpful because especially if you're trying to mix or trying to reproduce an image and you want to know what colors to use, just ask yourself, is the color in the foreground or the background? And if once you know that, you know which three colors that you want to be using. Now I'm going to flip through this kind of quickly. I'm going to be using this Amsterdam paint here. This is, I think, your best bang for the buck, the least expensive, highest quality paint you can get. I'm not paid or sponsored by anyone. I've never been given any free supplies. I buy it just like everybody else. If you wanted to get something that you felt wanted to be higher grade than this, you could get the golden paints, but for a tube that's less than half the size, you're going to pay 3 times the price, and you probably won't notice much of a difference. Let me just scroll through a bunch of these other brands here. Again, all of this is listed on the free supply guide, so I encourage you to download and print that. I'm going to scroll through these relatively quickly. You could take a screenshot of these if that's helpful, but again, I'm not going to spend too much time on there. Fuzzy Hebrew says, is today a holiday in Canada? No, it's not. So there's a few brands that I do not recommend. This Fevicryl, Mary's, Peebo, and Museum. All 4 of these brands put way too much titanium white as a filler in their paint, and it makes it impossible to do what we're going to do today. And for really the majority of this painting, I'm going to be using a black that I mix on my own, and I just wouldn't be able to do that with any of these colors because there's so much white mixed in. Now, to be fair, most brands of paint include white as a filler anyway, but these guys put just way too much, right? And I'm particularly disappointed with Peebo because they're such a huge global brand that they should know better, right? And it makes their paint kind of, as far as I'm concerned, useless. Okay. Next step here is to do the image transfer. Okay, so I have been racking my brain for the past like 24 hours trying to think of the best way to do today's episode. I'll just show you a little sketch that I created here to try to come up with my plan for today's episode. And I have a feeling it may not work out the way that I want anyway, but that's part of doing this, is that maybe people observe how this works and then they decide they want to do it differently, or I learn as I'm working that something isn't working properly and then I have to change course. Okay, maybe I'll just start by just mentioning once again, this is a 9x12 size canvas panel. I like this particular brand. I order these off of Amazon. This is one of the few art supplies that I do order off of Amazon. A lot of the rest of the art supplies on Amazon are really very expensive. I think it's just people who have it in their basement. It's just, well, if anybody wants to buy this for 5 times the price of a regular art supply store, and I'm happy to sell it to them, I'll just go buy another one. So just be careful and do your due diligence and check and see how much that paint is. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We'll see how well this works. One thing I like to do when I'm using tape is I just fold that back. That way I got a nice, easy way to pull that tape off. Like, I tried to think through all of the potential problems with this particular painting, as I said, with making some notes. And today's the kind of painting that I don't know, my brain just isn't big enough to be able to fully wrap my head around what needs to be done. So we'll see. It's entirely possible that I get halfway through and I go, you know what I should have done way back at the beginning is... So, okay, I've taped this down. The idea is that I can be able to open this back up and then put that back down at different times in the process today. Another thing too is this is a canvas which I've gessoed but have not sanded. I'm trying something a little bit different today because I'm going to be using tape. I want this surface to adhere as best as possible to whatever I put on top of it. So that's something I'm doing as well. Okay. I can see if I get a newer piece of carbon paper. Okay. So I think my my plan here is just going to be to do the face at this stage here. And then after I've done the face, I'll do the text later on. As I said, there is potential for a lot of things to go wrong here. If you've been with me for a while, you've probably seen a few of those things go wrong. If you want to watch what I'm about to do go terribly wrong, and you've got a bowl of popcorn and you're just here for the possible disaster, I wouldn't blame you. It could be very entertaining watching me squirm. Okay, what did I do here? Well, I guess I just didn't push hard enough. So I just got this new printer from donations from people like yourself, and I didn't have any photocopy paper, so I used some sketchbook paper, but I just realized how the sketchbook paper is quite thick, and therefore the lines that I just traced barely went across transferred through onto the other surface. So now it's interesting, this surface has a lot of texture because I haven't sanded the gesso down. It is kind of satisfying drawing with this texture because the pencil just sort of, it's kind of like drawing on sandpaper, which I've never done before, but imagine it's similar to this experience. Oh yeah. Okay. The one thing that's happening here is that this graphite is also smearing. Because just like if you rub a pencil over top of graphite, it's basically, or if you rub a pencil over top of sandpaper, it's going to kind of leave residue, which easily kind of smudges. Something to keep in mind. Okay. Eula says this feels like it could be a get out of the comfort zone painting. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. Now what I want to do is one of my favorite steps, and it's called the Imprimatura. Now you don't have to do this step. I always like doing it. It's just part of my general routine of making a painting. I'll put down there's some of the reasons why I like doing this step. It just really helps me get into the mode of art making here, and I can be pretty sloppy and messy because all of this is going to get covered up by subsequent layers. Now I know that this is one of the more absurd times for me to put this warm yellow Imprimatura onto the painting, because as soon as I do this, I'm going to obliterate it again with another color. Ooh, look how that really smudges. Ah. Let's just hope this isn't an bad omen of things to come here. My pencil lines are smearing and smudging and okay. My hope, though, is that as I do this, it's going to kind of bake some of those pencil lines into the surface a little bit better. But then, okay. I'm gonna blow dry this here and then recalculate. So I just want to make sure there's no big wet globs on the side that could cause me problems. Okay. I'm almost tempted to do an under. Yeah, you know what? Okay. Let's. I'm gonna skip ahead here. Okay, because my pencil marks are smudging, and that's likely because of two things: the high amount of texture I've left on the surface, and that I tried to use my pencil. This is just an HB pencil, but things are really smudging, and I can really feel as I'm drawing. The surface is reducing my pencil marks to like a little fine powder on the surface. So I have a black tube of paint, but I'm gonna mix my own black using my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. Again, it would be way easier to just use my black, but sometimes, but since you know these are intended to be educational episodes, part of what I want to do is show people how to create their own colors, their own black. I mean, see, it's I need more of my tea here to get my brain into fully functioning mode. Oops. Let me show you what I'm up to here. Okay. So I'm about to mix my own black from scratch. I've got my cool yellow, cool blue, warm red, and that's because if I mix this a bright green, fully saturated cool green, the opposite color from that is my warm red, and those colors, as they go through the center of the color wheel, cancel each other out and form black. Now, obviously, I didn't measure these out, so the likelihood it's going to be perfectly black right off the top is virtually zero, but we'll see how close I get just by eyeballing this. I'm making a fairly large batch of black because I'm going to use it through most of the painting. Well, that's pretty good. Let's see. It might be a little tad bit on the brownish side, so I'm just putting a little bit of blue. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Okay. So now I got a lot of this paint that I can use throughout the rest of the episode. I really see all of those colors that might not be fully mixed at the bottom down there. Interesting. Bella says, I remember you talking about herbal tea for constipation. Could you please share the name? Sorry to interrupt about something other than painting. I don't know if it was me that was saying that. I think maybe some people in the comments were talking about that. Although I do like herbal tea. My personal favorite, though, I really like black teas, like Earl Grey, English breakfast. So okay, let me, what am I doing here? I feel a little bit discombobulated. Okay, in fact, I'm going to bring the original up here. This one's full of challenges. We will see. Almost every time I do this, sometimes I start to think to myself, you know, you really don't have to do this, Michael. You don't have to do this to yourself. Like, why on earth? Would I subject myself to this? But you know, I love the challenge of seeing if I can figure out the best way to do this and if I can pull it off. I always find it's super satisfying when I am able to do one of these paintings. Because I just think, like, years ago, I wouldn't even have known where to start with something like this. But now that I've done hundreds upon hundreds of these episodes, the solutions start to become a little clearer. Not clear, but, you know, maybe it's ego or something, but I start to feel like I think I could probably do that. So my goal here at the moment is just to kind of get these lines done. Wow, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like maybe I should have sanded this after all. It's interesting how just that one little step, or not doing that one little step, could have wide-reaching implications for the rest of this painting. Because you can see that because the surface is so textured, my brush isn't going across, it's just sort of gliding over the tops of these like peaks of the texture. Which makes me a little nervous that it won't be as dark as I want it to be. Barbara says, good afternoon, Michael. Hi, everyone. This is a real treat. I'm usually watching this at midnight under the duvet. There's Deborah. Hi, Deborah. It's snowing right now, and it's too cold for fresh snow. Kathy says, I was interested in who Barbara Kruger is. Such a different painting. Absolutely. Definitely. Something a little bit different. Okay. Let's see. Barbara says, I thought I was the only Barbara on the planet. Nobody calls their kids Barbara. It is funny how names kind of come and go, and they go through their... Like, when I was a kid, I think the year I was born, Michael was like the single most popular boy's name on Earth. So I remember as a kid walking around a mall, and it would not be uncommon for me to hear somebody, Michael, Michael, yelling, and I'm like, what? I'm not doing it. Thankfully, as I've grown a little bit older, I hear less people shouting my name. Maybe all the rest of the Michaels are in prison or something, so there's less reason to shout the name Michael anymore. Shubham is in the chat. Hello, my friend. Hopefully I've mentioned everyone there. Okay. So, I'm going to now coat this with some white, which just seems totally absurd. I know it's totally absurd. In fact, I'm going to make a kind of a bigger mixture of this. Should I? I was just contemplating turning this into a slightly off-white. That could be a very bad idea, though. Is it a bad idea? Because let's go with the bad idea. Let's just, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What I'm going to do is mix a slightly like a little bit of a khaki brown color. Okay. So make a slightly bigger mixture here. Okay, so I've got my white. I'm going to put some matte medium in there. Let's say it's almost about 50-50 matte medium to white. Let's stir this up. This is going to make the white a little bit more transparent. Since white is the most opaque of paints, it won't go nearly as transparent as had I done that added matte medium to any other color. That still looks quite opaque. And there's still yellow. I guess I didn't clean my brush very thoroughly. Okay, I'd say now I've got about 60% matte medium to white here now. So I've made a huge mixture of this so that I'm basically going to use this as my white and that as my black for today's painting. And I've gone through all of this rigmarole here because, first of all, you know, it would be way easier just to do this directly on a white canvas, absolutely, for sure. But I always just like having my painting just to have a little bit more, some level of complexity. Just for me is very satisfying. Something that just, and also it's going to build up, hopefully make the surface a little bit smoother. Now, matte medium, I find, actually speeds up the drying time a little bit. So if you do this, you kind of want to be quick, especially if you're spreading it out and thinning the paint like I'm doing right here, or like spreading the paint so it's the layer is thinner. because that's going to make the paint dry faster, right? Like I can already feel it getting a little bit tacky. And that white paint is going into the grooves of the canvas. Afraid I'm gonna have to do a second coat here. Okay. Hi, Pascal. Nice to see you. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this and then do a second coat here. Right? Should I just, does that make some sense? I get some of this texture. I don't entirely mind how that looks, but I'm going to continue going forward. I mean, right now, you know, it probably doesn't come across on camera. I can still, we may not even be able to see my lines anymore. But it does have this kind of nice glow. There is that yellow coming through that I kind of like, or I do really like, obviously. Okay, so I added way more matte medium into this to dilute, to make more transparent that white that I still have here. Because I don't want to just apply the same level of opacity of white again, otherwise all of that work I've done there so far would just be completely gone. I still want a bit of this yellow to come through. I just want to kind of cover up. There are little areas where the yellow, because of the high texture of this canvas, is still totally visible. So we're back where we began half an hour ago. Doesn't that feel great? So it does seem like I've just spent a lot of time doing absolutely nothing. But there is something here. It just might not be very visible on camera. But for me, now this painting, like, it's going to be hard to see the difference between this and what just a piece of regular white paper might be. But this has a kind of really nice glow to it. It's just slightly off-white. Most of the yellow Imprimatura has been covered up, but there's still just a maybe 10% hint of it trying to bubble through that surface. Okay. Now, you know what? I'm just going to blow dry this real quick. Just help get this drying process started. Somehow I think when I first brushed this titanium or the white that I mixed over the surface, I somehow managed to get some little ridge there. I'm hoping. Well, it looks like the title's gonna cover that. Okay, cool. So this is still a little bit wet. There's a few layers of paint there. I want to let that dry as much as possible. I do want to see if I can consolidate this. spatula. So I didn't have nearly as much white left over as I had hoped I would. It's a little frustrating. So I might have to remix that. I probably will have to at some point today. Which means it won't be exactly the same as the first layer, but okay, don't want to lose my tape. Okay. Or says, what's going on? We're back to white. Okay, let's while this is slowly drying, let's take a moment to talk a little bit about the biography of today's master, Barbara Kruger, and also why today's artwork is so important. Okay. Quick little shout out once again to the Facebook group. Every class I spend way too much time writing these biographies and post them there the morning of each of these shows. Okay, so Barbara Kruger was born in 1945 and is still alive. So, and remains one of the most important artists of our time. And particularly the artwork we're going to do today has had huge cultural relevance. Barbara Kruger was born in Newark, New Jersey. And her father was a chemist who worked for Shell, and her mother was a legal secretary. I was watching a number of interviews and biographies of her, and she talks about growing up and taking the subway and seeing the various different tabloid newspapers and the big headlines that would be juxtaposed with images. And whether she bought them or not, she says she rarely did, but she didn't even need to buy them to be aware or confronted by the headlines and those images, and how that had a profound impact on her career going forward. That those kinds of things exist in our peripheral vision, whether we are aware of them or not, or whether we want to look at them. You know, things are a little bit different now than they were. Like, I remember as a kid, newspapers being everywhere, like every street corner, in kind of the, you know, especially if you go downtown in a major city, like every corner would have a newspaper box. There were newsstands everywhere, and if something big was happening in the news, it would be hard to avoid seeing that because it was just everywhere. Today, now that newspapers have largely disappeared and people see things on their phones, it's very easy today to go about your life without really being directly aware of what's happening in the news. Because unless it comes up on your social media feed, you may not, and you don't buy a newspaper, which most people don't anymore, you might not be aware of what's going on in your community or on the other side of the world. Whereas back in the day, it was very difficult. Again, even if you didn't want to know what was going on, you would just see those images everywhere. So different world, and obviously, so she's a product of a particular time, right? It'd be Barbara Kruger, had she been born, you know, in 2010, would grow up in a very different world, who would be influenced by different types of mass media images, like maybe stuff from TikTok or Twitter, etc. So she attends Syracuse University, but left after 1 year because her father passed away. And then she enrolled at the Parsons School of Design in New York City, where she was only there for a semester. So she basically attended school, college, for less than a year, because while she was in school, she started interning at Mademoiselle magazine, and she would do the layouts for those publications. And I couldn't quite understand how she would describe it, but she would often sort of just lay out a page, put some images down and some kind of placeholder text, and then the I don't know, the editors or the writers of the journalists would then insert their text in and around those images. And she said she found it kind of very interesting just to see how the text and the images would work together, sometimes juxtapose one another, or they would add up to some secondary meaning, but how powerful just a single image could be with a fairly large, bold headline. And so she did that for several years, and I think, this is when she was 18, 19 years old. She's working in the publishing industry for Condé Nast, and which I think would have been, at that time would have been a very exciting place. New York City, when you're 19 years old, working in the magazine business at kind of the height of its power, would have been, I just think that would have been, because just to think being a kid and doing something at work and then leaving work and seeing your work on thousands of newsstands across New York City would have felt really cool. Like, just the ability to have that influence at that young age, I think would have been really exciting. What else did she talk about? Let's see if any of it's in here. I'm just trying to, she said something interesting about this too, that she also talked about how, if people weren't looking at your pages in the magazine, then you would get fired. You had to create compositions that caught people's attention in order to keep your job, right? So that made her really very hyper aware of what was working and what didn't work, what two combinations of text and image would work really well together to capture people's attention. And then so she started to use her the skills that she had learned in the publishing industry to starting to create posters and her own artwork. And she's coming up in the kind of art world in the late 70s, early 80s, at the time of the rise of punk rock throughout North America and Europe. And a big part of punk rock is posters and zines, t-shirts, all of which often also feature highly graphic images. And I don't mean graphic like graphic violence, but very easily perceptible images. Like let's just just thinking about, like, let's say the Sex Pistols and the really bold text and colors that are used here just jump off the page, right? When these images, and so let me just make that bigger, right? Like this kind of thing would be hard to ignore seeing this at a record store. Let's look at right, so here's another image. Jamie Reed, who did some of these early collages. Like, again, you could see the image of Queen Elizabeth II with this text right over her face. Very controversial image at the time. But you know, when I think of Barbara Kruger's work, this is the sort of the world in which the sphere in which I feel like her work is emerging from, like this rock and roll aesthetic, or particularly punk rock aesthetic. I hadn't heard her talk really about that, but you know, these images are from the late 70s. This is just the time when she's really kind of breaking through. Also, you know, they talk about poetry here, and that's definitely something, like when I look at Barbara Kruger's work, I often think of like her as a modern poet, and using the language of advertising and the methods of advertising to get her poetry out into the world. Let me see. Let's I've included lots of links to videos and interviews with Barbara Kruger in the description below. And so some of these are with National Gallery, the Tate, the Museum of Modern Art, the LA County Museum of Art, all of which are awesome, short little, 5-6 minute long videos. And I've just sort of paused them where there's some of her more famous artworks there. One of the features of Barbara Kruger's work is obviously there's the striking use of almost always black and white images with red borders or red blocks with words inside those blocks. She talks about she used red and black because printing things in color was very expensive and she didn't have the means for that. But one color was much cheaper and easier to produce, so she limited it to about the fewest the fewest colors or passes with the silk screen as possible. And she chose red because red is a very striking color and it would grab people's attention. We think of like red like stop signs, right? So in our visual field, bright red really pops out, and it's often literally the thing. It's like stop, when you're driving or walking, that red hand telling you not to cross the street. So choosing that red was something that, if you're walking around, it's going to jump out at you. So limiting it to those colors, I think actually really helped her work, made it visually very striking. And also the choice of this Futura Bold, which is also the font that I use for a lot of my own artwork, and throughout all of these Master Study episodes, it's the same font. Futura has been around for about 100 years now. It goes all the way back to the German Bauhaus, which was a design school and movement in Germany before World War II. But one of the features of Futura, just like Helvetica or Arial fonts, is the lack of serifs, which are those little flourishes that we might see on like Times New Roman fonts, where there's you know, all those extra little things on the edges of letters. All of that has been removed, and so it's a very popular font that's used in things like headlines, especially on tabloid papers, because it's very clear and easily readable from great distances away. So once again, she's adopting that particular format of the advertising and news industries. Let's see. Just before I move on, one thing that is very cool is how come that is I'm gonna does it show? Okay. Like here on the Wikipedia page, you see how often her work these days is being installed in these graphics, texts, pieces that go floor to ceiling, take up lots of space, and you literally are walking on them or under them. They're right in your face. In many of these exhibitions, you're just completely submerged, surrounded by her work, and which I think is, you know, I love this very immersive type of installation in museums. I feel like it really takes advantage of the space in a way that is you can't really do in a lot of other situations. When you go into a museum, art gallery, and it has been altered to this extent, you really feel transported into a different place that is outside of most other spaces that people might inhabit in the rest of their daily commutes, etc. What else do I want to mention just about her biography? Well, I think maybe it's time to start talking about... Shovim says, do you have any exercises for practicing drawing hair? I did a whole drawing, how to draw episode on drawing hair, so that's in the free drawing course in the description below. Let's talk a little bit about today's artwork and what makes it so important. Because arguably the artwork we're about to do today is her most well-known, most recognized artwork, and also the artwork that's had probably the most profound impact on society, and perhaps an image that many people didn't even know was hers but have seen. So this image was created to help promote the Women's March on Washington in 1989. And essentially the backstory of the Women's March is that it was an attempt to counter the anti-abortion march that had happened a few months earlier in Washington, D.C., in which President George H.W. Bush met with the crowd, and because the crowd was trying to encourage then President Bush to overturn Roe versus Wade, which legalized abortion in the United States. And that was a quite well attended protest or movement, and so this was a counter protest to that was organized for women to express their voices in support of birth control, as well as safe access to abortion. And One of the things Barbara wrote about is she kind of, at the moment, you know, as the preparations for this were happening, she kind of felt like there maybe, I think she was a little bit worried that march was going to be not very well attended, and she felt some responsibility to use her abilities as both an artist but also someone very skilled in advertising and poster creation to do something to make people aware of that this was happening. So she got to work and began making these posters, and she printed them. I can't remember that there was her and some other fellow made these. They made hundreds of them, and then later that night went about town, and she put thousands of them up all by herself. Let's see if there's there is a video. Of course, I won't be able to find it right now. There is a video of her posting these up. Of course, yeah, of course I can't find it.
Publications.
Thought I had that all queued up. But instantly those images became some people even started reproducing her images and posting them up in other cities. And so one of the things I think is interesting is how she talks about how her images have been in many ways got co-opted by other people. I mean, in this instance, they were used for the purpose I think she wanted them. She wanted that image to get out there. But it's interesting, she talks about how other people have used the style of images that she's created for other purposes, like particularly the clothing company Supreme. Which I'm just going to show you how kind of absurd, how they just totally ripped her off. She doesn't seem, I think she's a little bit irked by that, but I think she would have had would have been able to fight this, but I think she's more interested in seeing how these images can disseminate into the world. I do think this is pretty. She did well. There is. She did write them a very angry letter, but I don't think she sued them or anything to try to prevent them from using her artwork. But anyway, this image has gone on to become certainly Barbara Kruger's most culturally significant artwork, most widely seen and reproduced artwork, and I really think it highlights an issue that I think is really important. That I think safe access for women's health is really important. I'm a father of a 5-year-old girl, and I think the only person who should be able to decide what she does with what happens to her body is her. I don't think anybody else, especially not some other people, old white guys, I don't think should have any say whatsoever in what my daughter decides to do with her body. And whether she does what I think, what I want her to do or not, is totally irrelevant. So as far as I'm concerned, the fact that men have any say whatsoever in women's health just shows that we still live in a patriarchal society. That the idea that women would be able to tell men what to do with their body is just absurd. That just wouldn't happen, right? And so that just shows that the fact that men still can tell women what they're allowed to do with their body just shows how much work still remains to be done. Like, whether you agree or for or against abortion, I think is obviously it's a very hot button topic for a lot of people. But as I would say, that should be an issue that only women are allowed to vote upon. And so just let women have some sort of referendum, let women vote on it, and then but I don't think this is something that that half the society should be able to dictate what the other half of the society is allowed to do. I know that's kind of a controversial thing for some people, but that's something I believe strongly in. And again, I think today, at this exact moment, Donald Trump has been inaugurated as President of the United States, and one of his stated goals is to move for a national ban on abortions with very limited exceptions, as well as to restrict access to contraception. And that, I think, is just, again, if this was a female president, if that was Kamala Harris maybe saying stuff like that, it's like, okay, well, who am I to say? But I don't know, for an old guy to be telling women what to do with their bodies, it just, I think, is just absolutely insane. Okay, I've said what I said. Let's work on this painting, and let's let Barbara Kruger weigh in on this. So, where should we go next? Let's get to painting now, and this one is going to be tricky because there's a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, we've got the text and those red bars that are floating up on the surface, but underneath that, we've got this image, a portrait. And so, and not only do we have a portrait, but we have it divided in half, and we have a positive and a negative side, so that's also going to make this a bit of a trick for us to pull off. Okay. Now, where are my notes? Okay, yeah, here we go. So my plan is to start painting the right side of the painting, the side that's in the negative, so kind of where the black and white is inverted, to paint that side, then to put paint over, or tape, sorry, over top of that side, then to paint the positive image on the left side, and then remove the tape, and then to tape out everything except where the yeah, well, you know what, I'm just gonna move forward because I spent hours trying to figure that out last night, and I don't think I'll be able to come up with anything more intelligent. I love all the comments there in the chat. Amy says, I'm in the US watching this country become a patriarchal oligarchy. It's heartbreaking. Ari says, I feel very strongly about that too and scared for American women. Amy says, thank you, Michael. Kathy says, yes, Amy, it's scary. Trump is scary, very scary. Kathy says, I feel the same. It's not men's decisions about women's bodies. I'm glad we agree. Okay. One of the things I tell my students, though, just quickly at Emily Carr, the university I teach at, is while I feel like, you know, this moment is maybe a little bit scary, I mean, it is a bit scary and there's a lot of uncertainty, I also feel like it's always darkest before dawn, and that this is kind of the last gasp of, you know, this dying, monstrous kind of cancerous thing in our society, and so it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets much better. It doesn't mean that we can just resign ourselves to, oh, it's all going to get better, don't worry. It still requires people to take action, but if I sort of try to see the long view of things, I think the future is going to be very bright. You know, it might not seem like that for the next little bit, but I think ultimately things are going to be better, right? Or at least that's what I tell myself as a father, that it has to get better, right? Okay, so Shubham, I did reply to you. I said that I did a whole episode on drawing hair. I'm not sure which episode it is, but in the drawing course, there's a whole episode on how to draw hair. So you might want to take a look at that. Yeah, thanks, Christina. Okay, I'm kind of procrastinating a little bit because I'm a little bit scared here. Okay, I guess we just have to do this, right? We just have to do this. I haven't done a painting quite like this before. So just get some more brushes out. So what I was thinking about doing is just, do I want to put tape down? Should I put tape down now? I was thinking about not putting tape so that I could paint white back over the black. I think the only thing with putting tape down and putting tape this side, it's very difficult to line it back up on the opposite side. I've got... Where are my rulers? That's not a very effective ruler. Ah! Can't find my rulers. Well, maybe that's interesting, being able to see this on camera. You can see this is a pure white canvas with fresh gesso on it. And maybe, actually, I won't even put a line there now that I think about this. Okay. Earlier, when I was plotting this out, I thought doing this exact same thing that I'm doing right now was a bad idea. For some reason, it seems like a good idea now. So I don't know if I'm just gonna regret this and be like, why? I knew this was a bad idea. Why did I do that? I don't know. But I'm gonna try doing it anyway. So let's bring this back here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is basically paint with, I'm gonna ignore the text boxes and try to paint the negative image in here. So I'm gonna get some small brushes and some larger brushes. I've pre-mixed my black here, though I don't think I'm gonna use just pure black just yet. I'm gonna use my glazing fluid here. So let's start out. Take my black, mix it in with this fluid. And then I'm going to create another mixture here that's going to be even more transparent. So I scooped paint up, put it here, mixed that, and then I just used my brush with the paint that's on there to mix this. So this should be the most transparent of all of them. Okay, so now this might end up going just solid black later on. I think I applied just too much paint at one moment there. Which is why it's so streaky. And then I'm just using a softer brush just to soften out these edges a little bit. I'm using glazing fluid here because glazing fluid also has a chemical that slows the drying time down. So it'll allow me to kind of do any blending like I'm doing right here. So that area is supposed to be white. Excess paint. Okay. I know there's still little detail, lots of detail. It's not done, but I think that's a good start. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay. Let's, we're going to continue building up the darker areas here. Maybe, so I think this is, I'm just going to make that go pretty much solid black later on. So let's, now that I kind of know that, let's keep on going. In fact, you know what, I'm going to go right into where the eye is. So this is kind of confusing because basically I'm painting the negative, right? So I'm painting the lightest parts are black. The darkest parts are white. So everything's kind of backwards here. So that would mean, right, wouldn't that mean the reflections are black? I think, right? Why is this paintbrush so wrecked? This paintbrush is really banged up. This paintbrush, I need so many. Oh, so many of my paintbrushes are packed away. Still unboxing things, so. So this technically is like the highlight on her bottom lip here. So this would be the reflection on her cheek here. The opposite, right? do I want to bring any? No, you know what? I think actually I'm just gonna take my black right here. It's gonna start going into this area here. Yes, Pascal, you make a great point. Is the right side of the original simply a mirror negative copy? The light reflection in the eyes is placed oddly, if not. Yes, I agree 100%. That's why when I put these dots here, I didn't put them where they technically, quote-unquote, are in the original, because it does look like this is the same image that's been mirrored over here, in which doesn't make any sense. So in other words, if those reflections are on the, I guess, the right side of that eye, they should also be on this side. If in fact it's just this, if it's a real, I don't know if I'm describing this well. I think I know what you're saying, Pascal, but the fact that this is reversed means that those reflections technically would be on the wrong side of the face if it was normal. So yeah, no, you're totally right. We're thinking on the same level here, my friend. So remember, this would be essentially impossible to do without glazing fluid. Unless, of course, you're painting with oil paints, right? This is definitely making my brain hurt a little bit. I almost wonder if I should have started with the positive image first so that I could have a better idea of what, where these, I guess I was going to say shadow shapes, but highlight shapes should be, but... I think I should blow dry this before I have a catastrophic problem happen here. So that white edge means that's the darkest part. So anything I'm painting is actually a highlight. I mean, that means that there's the interior of her ear is really, really bright. It's like there's light coming out of her ear. I don't quite understand how that works. I mean, obviously it's just the way it's been lit, but I mean, ears are tricky enough to then try to paint an ear in reverse is hurting my brain. So I think this area should actually be lighter. That area should be lighter. Okay, blow dry this. think I'm just about ready to move on to the, peel this tape off and move on to the other side here. I am a little bit worried because part of that's going to be covered up with green tape. Getting these things to match up with a big piece of green tape in the middle of the face. I don't know. It's going to be tough. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. I think that's probably good. Just gonna clean all my brushes, even my blending brushes, because I don't, I want to get them, I don't want to, if I'm blending white or anything, I don't want them to smear color, but I also, they start to dry out pretty quickly, and all that paint that's just sitting on them. This will be a good, Pascal says, this will be a good practice for contrast control before trying George O'Keeffe. It is very delicate control needed. Yes. Which George O'Keeffe painting are you thinking about doing, Pascal? So let's peel this off. Okay, Fuzzy Hebrew says, so satisfying to peel tape off a painting. Yes, I totally agree. Barbara says, this is reminding me of George O'Keeffe's white flower painting. Layers and layers of glazing. Totally, yes, yeah. Okay, so I blow dried that. I want to kind of wait for this to cool down before I put tape back on top of it. Let me think here. Like in an ideal world, I wouldn't need to use tape. I think I can get away. Maybe back that back up. Canvas is kind of, or the cutting mat is bubbled up a little bit here with that hot air blasting on it. I might only actually need tape right there in here. I might be able to get away without using any tape up there at all. Okay. And since I'm gonna try to do as much painting for as long as possible before I put any tape on top of this surface. So, and that'll also help me see where these shapes are supposed to go as well. Okay, so just kind of procrastinating a little bit here, trying to think of my let's you know what, I'm going to do this as a separate chapter here. Now that I've got the right side of her face, the one that's in negative, it's reversed image, I'm going to now do the positive side of her face. Yeah. So now I'm going to paint the eyebrows black and her hair black. That should also, it'll be, I think, this will start to make a lot more sense now with that positive shape in there. Okay. What is that an emoji? Razi, what is, oops. I can't see what that is. Oh, it's a goat. You're the best. I appreciate, that's very sweet. Thank you. Oh yes, what was I gonna do? I was gonna put some glazing fluid, some of my black into the glazing fluid here. Same thing as before, take my brush and just now mix it into this glazing fluid. So now it's going to be very transparent color. Although, you know what, maybe I'm going to paint with this first mixture here. I'm going to start with going over some of my lines because that's getting a little confused. So I'm just, maybe I should zoom in on that so you can see. So I scraped a little bit back into that surface here. Let's do a bit more of this. And then I'll go back. So what I'm trying to do is mirror these dark areas there. I'm having a hard time seeing my pencil lines. You know, I was gonna blow dry that, but maybe before I do, I'm gonna take my big brush. This brush is a bit wet. I'm going to blow dry all that. kind of not. I don't know what happened here with that ear. It kind of got a little. It's kind of gone a bit astray here. I need to zoom back out here to see this as a full thing. Notice how after I put a little bit of glazing fluid in, I try to start blending that in as quickly as possible. I don't want to let it just sit there for a while, because as soon as it sits, it just starts to dry. And the longer it sits drying before I kind of soften those edges, the harder it's going to be to get those edges out. Where's her nose? Crikey. I should probably blow dry that before I. Well, let me actually. I could take my black. Put this up here now. Okay, I'm just thinking about her neck here. Okay, so if that's right, this should be black as well, right? That's white, that should be black. I'm gonna put some tape on here in a minute. I'm just trying to define where the tips of these lines are going to go. Okay. Barbara says the white blobs in her negative ear make sense when you look at the positive ear. Never thought I'd say that live. Yeah. Okay. So, what should we do here? Let's do, I guess, her nose. Let's start with that. Maybe it's time to go back in. blow dry that. So I'm not going to spend too much time on her nose because you can see that's where that block is going to fit right on there. So it's not worth kind of spending too much time there. Still want to do more on the eye. Mostly at this exact moment, I'm just focusing on the bottom half here. Once I get more of this done, then I'll peel the tape off, and then I can see how the face is really working, and then make more specific adjustments there. Stamped paint down there. Somebody just listening is like, what? What happened? Did a meteor strike the Earth? What's going on? No, I just got a bit of paint in a place I don't want it. First world problem there for sure. Okay, blow dry that, and I think maybe one more little coat of dark, and then I'll peel this off. Okay. I'm just going to take, again, just my plain solid black. I have a little bit of glazing fluid in here that I'm using just to make it a bit more fluid-like. I'm going to just go in and ideally finish this hair off. Dark enough. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to blow dry that now that I've got that tape off. Okay, I mean, obviously there's some differences in the. She barely even looks like, doesn't even really look like the same person. Actually, the shape of the eyes and all that is definitely different. But, well, first of all, that's not necessarily a problem. You know, it doesn't have to look exactly like that other woman. But the other thing is that I think I might move on to painting the words, the text pieces next. And then depending on how that looks, I probably am going to come back. I haven't really put eyelashes into the left side of her face. But I think that's stuff that I can do at that point. That, you know, this is good enough for this stage. Maybe I even decide, you know, it's fine. I don't know if I need to do more there. I probably should have darkened a little bit more on her chin. Oh, but then I just, yeah, okay. I realized that the Battleground text is going to go right there, so yeah, no, not even a point in wasting my time there either. Good, good, okay. Oh, technically, that should be darker. No, I think I am gonna shade this now, because that would be very hard to do once I get the text in place. Because this side of her face should definitely be a little bit darker. You know, I should blow dry it because I'm just, yeah. I know I said moments ago I'm just going to avoid doing most of the nose because it's covered up with that block, but I just was like, you know what, it'd be easier to just get this done now, and then I might not have to do anything later. I might glaze and lighten that up now that I see how that's unfolding. Should blow dry before I regret it here. Okay, quick blow dry. Okay. Looks good. So what my next step is to put some tape on here and start putting the red text pieces in place, text elements. Kind of want this just to cool off as much as possible. In fact, I think I'm just gonna let this, even gonna just try to get a little bit air under there. Let that sit there for a couple minutes. Maybe the longer the better. Like I would even say, in an ideal world, I would let this sit overnight. So that the paint can fully cure and adhere to the surface. Looks a little bit patchy on camera. I think in person it looks maybe a little bit better. That's what I tell myself anyway. I think I'm just gonna go quickly make a little bit more tea and get some fresh water here and be right back, because I want that to have as much of a chance to dry before I put tape on there as possible. So I'll be right back. Barbara says, I feel like we should be misbehaving while teacher's out of the classroom. If I ever left the classroom, I'd come back to find all my notes missing, no chair, no students. They were all 16, 19 years old. What a bunch. Oh, yes. I remember when I was a kid, oh my goodness, the trials that I put teachers through. Oh my goodness. I'm sure that's why I've become a teacher. It was some sort of penance for the terrible things, the torture that I put teachers through when I was a kid. Oh my goodness. Okay. Cool. Okay, so the surface is much cooler now. Now, yeah, okay, let's do another chapter heading. So now we've got the background pretty well established. There's things I want to do. The eyes aren't where I want them to be, but that's something I feel like I can tinker with at the end. That'll be kind of fun to do, or the kind of fun I like to have. So I want to move on to doing the text, the red boxes with white text in them. So first things first, I've got a really nice, this painter's tape. This is good stuff. And then I've got this painter's tape from the dollar store. I'd prefer to be using better quality tape because it's less likely to have any kind of difficulties. It's going to adhere well and then peel off well. Cheaper paint, you know, it's less reliable. The thing is that I would prefer to use wider pieces of tape. That means less overlapping. Do I have to cover this whole thing with tape? Generally a good idea. Okay, let me... So the tape is wide enough. I could potentially get away with one strip for each area. That would be great. Okay, I'm going to do that. So once again, I like just to fold those edges. Just makes it easier when you're peeling that tape off. It's not a big deal that it's crooked. But sometimes that can throw me off anyway. I don't know about anybody else. Okay. I'm going to burnish that down in a second, but before I do, let's keep going. It's going to be... Oh man, I remember, speaking of things, terrible things I did to teachers, I remember one time, like I was kind of a geek in school, but a mischievous geek. And I remember one time we had this one teacher, poor Mr. Godfrey, our English teacher. Or was, no, yeah, was he? No, science. I think he was a science teacher. We did thing once where he left the room and I wound the clock, like, you know, class had just started, maybe 10 minutes into class. And so then I wound the clock forward, so like 5 minutes before recess or the end of school. Like, this is in high school. And then he comes back, teaches for like another 5 minutes, and then the bell rings in the room. Everyone packs up and starts to leave, and he's like, "What? Gosh, I don't know." I think he probably went to the bathroom or something. And then he's like, "What's going on?" Everyone's leaving. Needless to say, the next week he was not pleased. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Yeah, let's just cover this with tape here. I was contemplating maybe I'll put pieces of paper in between, just so that rather than using tape on the surface. We're gonna do it, might as well just go all the way. At least I have a burnishing tool. Actually, I think I saw it just the other day. Let me see if I can just find it. Guess it's not as available as I thought. I'm just using the kind of the tops of my fingernails here. I don't want to try to scratch into there. That's going to just leave a debossed kind of look. Ooh! Kind of starts to heat up there. Ooh, that friction. Ooh. Let's try this. So I'm just trying to get the paint to adhere, or sorry, the tape to adhere to that surface. See, where are we on this plan? We are... Where are we here? Shoot. Ah! Darn it, I knew, okay, I should have consulted my plan. I forgot to put the paint, the white paint down. Darn it. Unless I... cut those shapes out and then apply... Okay. I think I got a different way to make this work. Okay. So let's. I'm gonna tape. That's the thing, is like sometimes like I have to do it because I try to think it through from beginning to end and it makes my head hurt. Okay. So let's see, just before I move on. Just check and see if this is crooked at all. That is a bit crooked. Where are my rulers? Where did I put my rulers? I still have so much unpacking to do. So maybe this will work out better anyway. Probably shouldn't do that right on the painting. Wow, it's thick enough. Why is this? Whenever I use paper or I cut a file like this, I like to maybe scrap paper. Just so that nobody cuts themselves on this, digging through the trash or something. Okay. Now that I've done that, before I do the rest, I'm just going to peel this off. Just that way I learn whatever lessons here that I can apply for up there. And that worked, so let's keep on going. You have to be kind of delicate with this, because as you may have seen when I've done this in the past, there's been times where I've cut too deep, and then I've actually had to, like, literally the canvas starts to, I've cut into the canvas and peeled part of that away. So it's a fine line between not pressing hard enough and pressing too hard. It really helps to have a sharp blade. It's not only dangerous to cut with a dull blade, but it's possible that it's, you know, gonna not cut through some places. You have to start pressing harder and harder. Okay, that turned out pretty good. So, once again, I'm just going to burnish my edges. Okay, I think actually this is working out well. I'm glad that I did it this way, as opposed to the way I was planning on doing it, which was just to sort of draw out these boxes, kind of fill in lightly with some white where the letters would be. But this is good actually. So a little happy accident, right? As Saint Bob Ross would say. Okay. I think I'm going to now just paint white directly over top of all of this. Now, one thing I'm going to try, should I'm going to try painting glazing fluid over these edges. Sometimes I've had I mean, this can be kind of hit and miss, and most of the time I use matte medium to start to seal those edges. But I have to notice that my matte medium, it's basically like glue. I mean, it's what's in acrylic paint before they put the pigment. But the pigment reduces the binding qualities of the acrylic dramatically. I mean, just think about if you were building a house and you took white glue and you took two pieces of wood and you glue them together, right? And they're just white glue, right? Just as you normally would. Let's say you take that white glue and you mix in 50-60% sand into that glue, and then you try to glue two pieces of wood together. Well, that sand is going to make the glue less strong, because the glue is keeping the sand together, but it's also there's just less glue that's touching the wood. So that's kind of what happens with acrylic. Now, so this is like that glue at full strength, which is generally what you want, but I've had sometimes problems peeling the tape away because that is so strong that it sort of glues the tape sometimes in place and becomes hard to peel it off. So I'm going to do something I've never done before, is to use glazing fluid, which is not quite as strong. And so, for instance, one thing I notice is like when I'm cleaning up after classes, if I just put this in the sink like this and clean off the paint, it comes off within minutes. I can get this thing totally clean, like I hadn't painted on it. But whenever there's matte medium in there, it can really make it tough to scrub that paint off. So, but I never have that problem with glazing fluid cleaning the palette. So I'm kind of thinking maybe the glazing fluid it's like a glue, but maybe just not quite as strong. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm going to seal up these edges just to try to avoid paint sneaking under the tape. I could have done this earlier on when I did put the tape halfway down the face. So this is just glazing fluid, just the clear glazing fluid. The idea is that if this sneaks out underneath the tape, it'll be clear and virtually impossible to tell. And we'd rather have that sneak out under the tape than white paint or red paint, for instance, with this painting. Okay. Yeah, I should blow dry this here. So now I'm just going to take pure white right out of the tube and just now paint that over top of these boxes. And so this is going to serve as the color for the text. I might do 2 coats of this. I do have some of my original background color still left, that slightly kind of tanned khaki color. I could paint that over top. I don't know what to say. Do I want that color to look like my background color? Do I want the color of the font to look like my background color? Or do I want it to be white? If it's white, it's going to pop a little bit more. If it's the slightly off-white, it's going to be a little bit more well integrated. Very hard to say. Gosh, I thought that was my tea for a second. Just bake some banana. That's a great idea. You know what? That's beautiful, because I do have some bananas that are about to go bad. I will probably do that exact thing after this, Barbara. Great idea. It does worry me a little bit that I'm putting in so many layers of color here. This is my third white, but I still see so much of the black coming through. Okay, that should do it. It looks like I've... But the thicker this is, the harder it can be to peel that tape off. Okay, should... So I still have that. I don't know what, if I it's super minor. Like, do I want the text to be slightly different white than the image? I suppose in the original it does look like the white is a little bit lighter because there's just no gradient there. If I'm going to do it, I would do it now. Question is there enough of this and if something catastrophic happened, will I regret having used this and not being able to use it elsewhere? I know it's super minor. I mean, goodness, the difference is almost would be almost impossible to perceive. So I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay, I do want to let this cool down again. I promise you it's not because I just farted. I didn't just fart, but it does sort of certainly look like that. This would be a good time to fart. I just want to cool this canvas off so that when I apply more tape to the surface, it's not hot. Okay. Again, I would love to leave this to dry for a while. The drier this is, the less likelihood that I'm going to have any problems. Barbara says, I was going to ask whether you do a plan for every painting or just this one. Usually, I don't do a plan. Which I'm sure some people are like, yeah, it's pretty evident, Michael. There's little to no planning whatsoever. I very, very rarely, in fact, I can't even think of the last time I wrote anything down like that. Sometimes I'll, late at night as I'm trying to fall asleep, I'm thinking, like the night before, how I would go about it. Okay. see if this is still straight. One thing I didn't even realize until kind of now is look at how the is kind of I kind of feel it's like a misaligned. I feel like that should go down. Should be like here. Do I want to fix this or just let it go? Kind of feel like trying to fix it might be a bad idea. Anyway, let's do the top half. Where's my pencil sharpener? Let's use this. One of my daughter's pencils here. One thing that is concerning me a little bit as I do this is I can feel this feels softer than when I even just moments ago did the outline for the box. And that's because I've got all that white paint there underneath now, like was it 3 or 4 layers of white. If that white was totally dry, it should be quite solid. But because it's not dry, or it's maybe not fully cured, it's a little bit soft. Which is concerning because that could mean later on, I try to peel this off, and it sticks to the tape. So, I do now feel like, man, this text is pretty close to those edges. I mean, I hope I don't have text that goes right up or over those edges. Now that... really close. There's going to be just a little bit of red between the tops of those letters. Okay. Okay, now, this is just going to be a big pain in the butt cutting all of this, but one thing with this type of painting is most of the work just goes into cutting and cutting, and then you paint it, and then boom, it's done. So it's a lot of slow, monotonous, boring work, and then the last little bit happens within minutes. So this will be kind of tedious. Was I not? None of that's on camera the whole time. My goodness. No. I wanted to go the opposite. Okay, well, I'm glad I made that mistake there. I just have to do that part again. I want to peel the area around the text. And leave the text itself untouched. right? Okay. I'm wondering, I got a Lazy Susan thing in my kitchen. I think I'm gonna grab that. That might be helpful for this. That should make, that's not super stable, but yeah, this is, I don't know how all this is going to turn out, but there's the... How did it get the name Lazy Susan? Like, what a terrible thing. Like, who's Susan? I bet you $100 that it was a guy who invented it, who had a wife named Susan. You know, this is, I bet you this is back in 74 or something. And he thought it would be really funny if he named his invention the Lazy Susan. The kind of thing that you would just never, you wouldn't even think of doing that today. Talk about times changing. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. I don't know about some of these. This is... I have a bad feeling this is not going to end up very well. Oh well. Like all these little pieces here. Like this could be a potential nightmare trying to get this off after I paint the red over top of it. So one thing I'll try to do is ideally I would do it all in one coat. I might have to do 2 coats of red. And pretty much as soon as that second coat is on, I want to peel this tape off to try to prevent that red from so just we should make, well, gosh, then yeah, this is gonna be, it's a learning experience for me and for anybody else who wants to watch. So I gotta redo the top here. Kathy says, I'm back and watching and reading and laughing at your comments, Barb. Good on you for teaching 16 to 19-year-olds. I'm sure Michael has too. I have taught high school kids. I mean, I also, most of my students, my university students at the art school I teach at are 19, 20, you know. On the odd occasion, there's some older students that, and by older I mean like 25. It's funny. It's funny to me to hear, like, you know, I'll meet with some students and they're like, do you have any advice? Like, I'm so much older than everybody else, and it's like I find it really hard, you know, to talk to the other students, to, you know, identify with them, because I'm so much older. And I'm like, oh goodness, like, how old are you? Oh, I'm 22. 23. Like, to be young again, and to think that at 22, 23 that you're old and that you have nothing in common with 19-year-olds is just pretty funny to me anyway. So I'm glad I kept this template on. There's been a few times so far where I'm like, okay, I think I'm totally done with it. I'm just going to peel it right off. And then I make a mistake and I'm like, whew. Imagine trying to line that sucker back up again. Oh my goodness, what a nightmare that would have been. I almost wish there was like, it's kind of hard to see what lines I've cut and which ones I haven't. If you've got a bigger brain than me, which is not that hard to do, you let me know advice you might, or suggestions you would have to improve this process. So, you know, it's been, I don't, when was the last time I used tape in a painting? It's got to be, well, it's probably a George O'Keeffe painting I made maybe 5-6 months ago. And that one did not go well. Oh, man, if you remember, when I peeled the tape off, it peeled all of the layers below it off. What a nightmare. But today I'm more than happy to take all day long to do this. Because the longer I'm doing this, the less I'm looking at the news. Which is probably not very positive. At least for lots of different people, like here in Canada. The new president, Donald Trump, has basically wants to, I can't remember how we called it, economic war on Canada, basically. So for all I know, the minute I finish this, you know, who knows, my grocery bill probably has gone up 50%. Gas doubles and all that kind of lunacy and Pascal says, isn't that risking cutting the painting too? Totally, absolutely. That's why you have to be kind of careful about how deep those cuts go. And it really helps to have a very, very sharp blade to do that. Because if it's dull, then you risk, you have to press harder, and then that increases the likelihood of cutting directly into the canvas. Yeah, I mean, the easiest way would be just to paint without any tape. Requires a little bit more. In some ways, it requires more patience to try to get some of these letter forms correct. So I'm anticipating, after I do this, that it's going to look a little bit sloppy. Not maybe my best work, but that's okay. I can always touch things up. I'm just going to go over, I'm going to use the back side of my paintbrush to go over the edges of each of these letters, because now that I've peeled the tape off, the tape has kind of come up in some places. So I really want that to be quite firmly pressed down. Okay, so speaking of cutting away in the canvas, to see that, that's the canvas I cut through all the way down to the wood accidentally. My hope is that as I paint the red and it fills in those areas, that won't be such a problem, but I fully anticipate that when I peel this tape off, it's not going to look super clean. It's going to look a little bit sloppy. But after that, I can do a little bit of touch-ups. And still up close, it might look a little bit less clean than I might want it to be. But that's okay, because most people aren't going to look at my painting or anybody else's painting up close. They're going to look at it from across the room. So the main goal is, I mean, I don't think you want it to look sloppy up close, but next time you're at an art museum, art gallery, take a look at, go up close to paintings, and you'll find the vast majority of paintings look a little rough up close. Okay, that's pretty good. I could seal that in. I want to try using glazing fluid. You know what? I think I'd rather have I'd rather have paint go underneath some of these the tape than to have a real difficult time peeling the tape off because it's so well sealed because then I gotta cut. So yeah, I think that's Pascal's cut to the wood. Well, this is probably, yeah, it's probably cardboard inside here. Some of them are wood inside. If you spend a little bit more money on canvas boards, there definitely is a little sheet of like Luan inside. And when I've made my own canvas boards, that's literally what I do. A Luan is like is a door skin, like it's a very thin kind of plywood kind of material that is often used to make doors, really light, like bathroom doors, kind of like maybe not your front door because you could easily kick it, put a hole through it, but yeah, it's often used for doors inside of houses that, you know, aren't intended to be like fire breaks or anything. Okay. Well, maybe I'll just back out again. I feel like I'm a DJ. Okay, maybe for now, I'll put that aside. I might use this to peel the tape off later. Are we ready to do this? Well, I think so. Maybe, you know what, I'm going to break this into another tab here. So we're just about to move on to painting the red and then peeling the tape off. So I'm just starting another chapter here so that you can jump to this stage. I'm all ready. I've got the tape all in place. My expectations aren't super high here. I think it's going to look a little bit rough, but that's okay. I'm not expecting to create a masterpiece here. This is just warm red right out of the tube. I'm trying to be relatively delicate with how I'm painting this so that I don't get, oops. I'm trying to be delicate so I don't get paint underneath the tape. So I'm trying not to get my paintbrush under there, right? I'm kind of trying to just lightly blob it onto the surface. Now, I might just, as I'm looking at her painting, or her image artwork, I do notice that that red is quite deep. Like if I put these side by side now, you can really see mine looks, it's not orangey. I mean, it probably looks orange on camera. But that red she's using, I might even put a little bit of warm blue in here for this next layer. I'm gonna blow dry that real quick. So I'm going to take just a little bit of warm blue and mix this in here. I mean, let's just take it, do a little experiment. Take a bit of this red. Yeah, I'm just going to take a bit of it. Not a lot. I don't want this to go like dark purple or anything. I just want a little bit more, just a slightly deeper red. Now I don't want a magenta, which would be my cool red. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's take this. There we go. I'm gonna have to do one more layer of this. Let's blow dry. I'm just kind of going over. I just want to avoid having any big areas where the paint has really blobbed up in these, next to the tape in the corners and stuff. just realized I was on mute this whole time. Okay. I think I was sort of debating, do I want to peel the large areas off first or the text? It doesn't really matter. The only thing is that right now the original image is protected with the tape. And so if there is any red paint that is still a little bit wet, as I peel it off, and if it gets anywhere, I have some assurance that it's going to be kind of protected underneath there. Okay. Let's just move a few things out of the way here. Or you know what, let's zoom in. Should we start in the middle? Okay. Well. You know, I should get a pair of tweezers here. Best thing to do here is take lots of time. Not perfect. That's relatively easy to touch up though. Okay. coming off quite well, actually. Some of that paint is still a little bit wet too, so it's not unusual for it to be kind of wet right next to the edge of the tape. Okay, let's... Generally, I want to pull in towards the center of those letters. Stephanie says, I don't want to see the Trumpathon after work. I'm glad you're painting today. Great distraction. That was my thought, is like a little bit of counter programming for anyone who isn't too keen on watching that whole thing unfold. I would do something creative rather than just sit around biting my nails. So you can see it's, you know, it's not super clean, not as good as I would like it to have been. Mostly that's just because of the difficulty of going around a circle. Now, you know, I just remember, I think I have a cutting tool that's a round cutting tool, kind of probably for this express purpose. But it's in a box somewhere waiting to be unpacked. Kind of feels like this is, have you seen that TV show Dr. Pimple Popper? I'm doing a little bit of minor cosmetic surgery here. Okay, notice how, I don't know if, okay, that worked out well. It was pulling a little bit, so some of this paint here is peeled up. I'm just going to take this off. Cutting board, I don't know how useful that really is. That Dr. Pimple Popper, I think he's like on Discovery or TLC or some TV channel. I've only ever seen clips of it online. I've never actually watched an episode. Not my kind of thing. I find I get really queasy really easy. So I'm like, ugh, that's gross. But I'm more fascinated that the show even exists. It's just like, it's some cosmetics surgeon somewhere in Los Angeles, I think, who, you know, people who have the really like these, you know, growths and things, ingrown hairs and things that have swelled up, and oh my goodness, the amount of stuff that can come out of a pimple is absolutely disgusting. I'm sure there's people, doctors on YouTube who do that aren't actually, don't have their own TV show but do it as a YouTube thing. To me, it's like, if you can imagine it, there's probably somebody who's got a channel doing it out there. So, all of these little issues can be fixed with just a little bit of patience. So, where's my brush? Okay. What should I start with? I'm going to start with my red. Just going to take bits of red. Maybe even go back to the top here. My goal right now is to the changes I make to be as virtually imperceptible as possible. So just very minor bits here. Otherwise, it just sort of defeats the whole purpose of putting tape down to begin with. Ah. You know what? I'm going to bring this out. Okay. Talking about U.S. healthcare. I remember when I was an art school student living in Los Angeles, I got into a car accident and broke my left wrist. And I remember when the ambulance came to the scene, first question the paramedics asked me is, which hospital do you want to go to? Like, what? What do you mean, which hospital? I have no idea. They're like, well, what is your hospital? I'm like, I don't have a hospital. I'm Canadian. I've never, just take me to the hospital. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. Learned pretty quickly. That's not how things work down there. Yeah. Whenever I hear Canadians, Australians, English people, Irish people, whatever, talk about the difficulties with, our socialized medicine, I think, like, you don't really experience the alternative, have you? You don't really. Yeah, I know wait times can be long, but wait times can be long in the States too, unless you've got really good insurance and a lot of money. Then of course you don't have to wait, you go right to the front of the line. So again, if you got money, what a perfect system, couldn't be better. If you don't, you gotta make like life choices. If you break a bone that are going to impact the rest of your life. Like, so for instance, after I ended up going to the LA County Hospital? The USC Medical Center in downtown LA. That was a nightmare. I could tell you so many stories about that. Waiting for hours and hours with a broken arm in the waiting room. And then when I was finally seen, I was attended to by, I think, like first year medical students or something. Because I knew more about the situation and what to do than they did. And that was so scary. That was one thing I also was like, man, I am glad that I speak English. Half the waiting room people are people from all over the world who barely spoke any English. And they're trying to communicate their what's wrong and having the toughest time. They're in tears. I helped people who could barely talk English because I also speak a little bit of French. But these medical students put the cast on improperly, and I was telling them I don't think it's supposed to work like this. Like, whatever. And then so they're about to discharge me, and I asked to talk to a doctor, and they're like, ugh. Doctor came in, took one look, and was like, we got to take this off and redo it. I'm like, oh, thank goodness. Like, what these guys are just going to send me out into the world with a improperly done cast. Oh my goodness. And so that was another like 6 hours of waiting around, and they finally did it right and I could go home. But then it turned out I did have insurance, traveler's insurance. So like a week later they sent me to a doctor in Beverly Hills. Orthopedic surgeon or something. And I was the only person in the waiting room. It wasn't a gymnasium full of crying, desperate people. The doctor, I swear, must have been like right off of a soap opera set or something. Like, this guy was ridiculously handsome, like sort of Brazilian guy with this like beautiful tan. All of the secretaries looked like supermodels. He had his own x-ray machine and x-rayed my arm. They took off the old cast. It had only been on there for a week, and put on a new cast that was fiberglass, so I could actually go swimming with my new cast on. And I remember I left there, got in my car, and I just started crying because I was like, oh my goodness, like, that literally two different worlds. And the fact that I had insurance, really good insurance through my travel insurance, allowed me to get really good medical care. Had I not had that, I would have been in just totally screwed. Like, my arm could have been poorly set, and that would affect the rest of my life. My goodness. Just... so... anyway, it's one of those things that... reason why I'm grateful to be Canadian. Although there's politicians in Canada who are intent on dismantling our healthcare system as we know it and replacing it with an American style one. And there's lots of Canadians who are like, yeah, tear it down, get rid of this. Well, be careful what you wish for. Robert says, I was in hospital a couple of months ago. Absolutely fantastic care. 3 nights in a private room. All sweet, first-class food with several follow-up appointments. All free. Brilliant National Healthcare Service. NHS. Fuzzy Hebrew says, even if you have a private healthcare plan in the U.S., you often pay co-pays or deductibles. You have to go to a doctor that accepts your plan or insurance doesn't cover it. That's, again, yes, totally. And, you know, those insurance is always looking for any way to deny your coverage so that they don't have to pay. because they're happy taking your money, but when you want to get the services that you've paid for, well, then we have to have a serious conversation about this, because that means money's coming out of their wallets, and they don't really want to do that, do they? They want to keep it. I was going to touch something up, but I can't remember where I was going. I mean, everything looks a little bit crooked here. That's okay. I mean, I'm really trying to restrain myself from kind of really doing big stuff here. I just want to do little details just to clean it up. I should probably, I'm going to say that's good. Otherwise, I'm getting the perfection hat out. And yeah, doctor shortages. My goodness. Well, if you're a doctor, you know, working in the United States can be good, although you have to pay all this insurance to prevent so you don't get sued. But you can make a lot more money than in Canada, so why would you want the aggravation? So I can understand why doctors would move to the States. In fact, I'm surprised more of them don't. Okay. Maybe let's do, should I do another? Maybe let's. I'm going to keep this on until the very last moment, because I know that as soon as I peel that off, something terrible is going to happen. Christina, oh, Michael, then why don't you all become part of the United States? Canadian doctors will make all the best money. Well, that sounds like a great idea. Let's just make one big country, one big happy family. Okay, let's, okay. Gotta come up with a better word than okay. So would this be, do we do foreground 2? This would be foreground 3 then. Okay, let's peel some tape off and see how this looks and how close are we to the finish. I still planned on doing a little bit of black back on the background, but maybe I'll peel this off and I'll be like, you know what? I think it's good. I'm done. Let's go have lunch. Or I might feel like, it's a disaster. Oh my goodness, all the problems I gotta do. So, or all the problems I gotta fix, not problems I gotta do. All right, that would be, who wants to do problems? Or create problems? Okay. I mean, it kind of looks cool like that. It's kind of neat. Just looking at my fingers, just want to keep things clean if I can. So where should we start? Peel off these top pieces first. For a second I thought some of those darker areas were some of that black coming off, but it's just it looks black because that's the red paint. Where should we start? Should we go maybe right to the middle here? What do you think? What is the likelihood this peels off nice and clean, or I have some difficulty? What do you think? Get your bets in, get your bets in. Last chance. Okay, relatively okay so far. Ah! I should learn not to speak too soon. straight edge. You know, the more that I'm just going right along the line and tearing along that line, I think the better. Let's make sure that's in focus. Little areas that could be touched up, so maybe I'll just do that really quick. Well, I don't know if that's going to get any better. Maybe I'll just leave that. I think, well, I was going to say maybe I want to peel that tape off, but you know what, like I'm looking at that, I think let's just keep it on for right now, and then I can always make a different decision here. Okay. So, I mean, I could just walk away right now, and I think I'd feel pretty good. But I think I could also, like, glaze with a little bit of white, a little bit of black, darken a few things down. So I'm gonna go, let's go to I've just peeled the tape off and it looks pretty good. I feel like it could be a little bit better with just a, you know, another maybe half hour of work here, just to kind of clean up a few little things, problems that I have, and then I feel happy walking away. So let's look at the original there. Mine. So we see things like, you know, this part of the eye here could get darker, putting some eyelashes in. And then conversely, this, I could do the same thing, lightening on this side. Um, I could darken the iris just a little bit. I think that'd be nice. So maybe let's do that. Maybe let's go to do a little bit of glazing with our lighter color to start with. Since so far really what we did previously was just darken things, I think a little bit of lightening might help. So this is why I saved this paint, and on the outside it's all dried up. But on the inside we still got a bit of it left. It's definitely mostly dried up. Okay, actually I'm just going to blow dry all that. So obviously this looks a little bit different than the background color on its own. It definitely looks like I've done something in these areas, a little bit of touching up. Because instead of it looks a little bit grayish, right? Because it's white on top of this black, so of course it's going to look kind of much lighter, or kind of grayish as opposed to just white. One option is I could have just painted those areas white and then painted this color on top. TD Gustafson says, I started in the beginning watching you, but I had to pause because of our inauguration, and I came back and it looks so good. Man, you're so talented. You are very sweet. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind comments. I mean, I look at it and I see definitely some pretty glaring problems. But, you know, it's not important for everything to be perfect, or if that's even possible at all anyway. I should have blow dried that after. Have a good afternoon, Barbara, or morning, or evening, I guess, wherever you are at the moment. Thanks for keeping me company today while we've been working. Just leave it, Michael. Stop touching things. I will say that the highlights that I've put back on there, I'm not super big fan of that. I wish I had kind of, quote unquote, got it right the first time. Very difficult to get everything right the first time. But kind of now that if I was to do this again, I feel like I would probably do a bit better of a job, hopefully. But, dilute my black a bit more. To go in here to her pupil a bit. Okay, I'm not happy with these ears. So what I want to do is I want to look at the internet. That's confusing. Go ahead. Let's do the opposite here. Ah, bungled this whole thing up a bit. Pascal says, question, when you reproduce a painting, you'll notice something that looks like a mistake on the original. Do you preserve it or take the liberty of going your own route? Well, you know, it really depends. It just depends on... Like this original image is a photograph that's been silk screened, and while that ear looks totally fine in the photograph, when I try to paint it like that, to me it just looks wrong. So I'm trying to fix it, make it so that when I look at it, I don't be like, oh, those ears are all messed up. So yeah, sometimes you have to do it wrong to make it look right. color can I? I don't even know if that's the best course of action. I think what the best way to do this would be to take that picture, I'm going to send it to my computer. Let's flip it horizontal. Let's go to color. Jesco Studio says, much respect for standing in one spot and painting for 6 hours. Also, awesome painting. You deserve millions of subs. That's so sweet. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. That's very nice. Let's see. Not much paint that I can scrape out of the inside of this thing. Pretty gross. Let's see, I might just take a little bit of white. Jessica says, they make these things called chairs. They're a game changer. I'm just messing. I used to do the same thing until I busted my knee up. Oof. Well, I do have a really nice chair right there. But usually when I'm painting my own things, I sit down. Or, well, it depends on the scale and stuff. I'm not always sitting down. Sometimes I'm standing, but yeah, it really just depends on what it is I'm working on at the time, how mobile I have to be. Oh, somebody's cooking something delicious nearby. What on earth is that smell? Somebody in the neighborhood is... It's like Indian food or something? That sounds great. That's what I should have for lunch. So I've been wanting to do stuff with this eye for a little while here, so let's tackle that, and then I think we're good for the afternoon. What is it that I want to do here? Darken for sure. Okay. Let's get more glazing fluid on there. Take some black. That's going to be pretty dark. So I'm just going to make another mixture that is more glazing, higher ratio of glazing fluid here. blow dry that. There's Edie Sedgwick in the chat. Oh, hi Edie, back from the dead? Wow, my daughter is named after you. Like that. Getting there. I think I'm just going to blow dry that and do that again. Edie says, yep, I feel a lot better now that I'm back to life. This whole thing is made with acrylic paint, but I'm doing right now a little bit of glazing with acrylic paint to getting these semi-transparent layers which look a lot like watercolor. So it does give you the opportunity to kind of mix paint a little bit like you would apply watercolor. So with a matte glazing fluid, or satin glazing liquid, as that brand calls it. And then I just go in with a dry brush here and just sort of maybe soften out some of those edges. Although I might keep some of that there. Ah! See what's happening now? I'm painting and I'm actually removing that paint, so I gotta blow dry that and do that again, because as it dries it's sort of like I can peel the top layer off like skin off the top of milk left out overnight. So blow dry and then apply more paint on top. ear. I am tempted to glaze over top of it a little bit, just to light, or to get rid of a bit of the white on there. Actually not bad, better than I was expecting that would work out. Just kind of quieten that area a little bit. That makes me way happier. Awesome. Makes me even... should I do that to this side? Yeah, let's just bring all of that ear... yeah, there we go. Just bring that intensity of those whites for the ear down. So it just becomes a bit more of a middle value there. Great. Great. Makes me... that's great. Didn't think that would work quite the way as well as it did. So, in fact, I'm gonna blow dry that and see if I want to do more of that. That's cool. I'm happy with that because now both ears are kind of equal. They're about the same level of darkness. I think probably the one on the right could be a little bit lighter, but the ears are not the focus of this painting, so it doesn't matter if it's a little bit different, right? I see, you know, her lips, the shape of her lips is kind of different. That would be really tough fix. It would be easier for me just to live with it rather than to fiddle with it. So just taking my pure, well, the black that I've mixed, right? And remember, all of the black that you see is paint that I've mixed together, not black out of the tube. Right, so if you are wondering if it's actually possible to do it, that this whole painting is done with handmade blacks, hand mixed black. Okay. I'm sure there's going to be some glaring problem that I'm going to recognize as soon as I'm done here, but as my grandfather always used to say, good enough for government work. Christina says, turned out great. Thanks, Christina. Okay. So we've reached that point in the episode, what, 7 hours after I began, where we're going to take a look at these two side by side and evaluate how well they turned out and if this is maybe something you want to try doing. Of course, just before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. It doesn't cost anybody anything, and about 60% of the people that watch these videos are not subscribers. That means that probably there's about 12 people watching right now that are not subscribers to the channel. Doesn't cost you a penny, but helps the algorithm, helps me out because of the algorithm. So if you want more of this content, that would be awesome. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $5, $10, to help me pay for the paint and the internet and all that kind of stuff, that would be great. Remember, I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody to do this. As I mentioned earlier, yesterday I got an email from a gambling company that wants me to promote their stuff. That's the furthest thing from my imagination. So you can use that QR code, donate to the channel. It'll take you to a page that looks just like that where you can donate to support the work. You can also send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down below. And just a quick shout out for the Facebook group. I think it's next week we're going to be doing our next free bonus episode where I give feedback on anything that's on the Facebook group. So if it's a painting like Barbara Kruger's that you've created here, or a drawing that you've been working on, maybe you're doing the drawing class that I did years ago, feel free to join the Facebook group, upload your work, and then we can celebrate it and I can give you free advice on how to make it better. That's what the Facebook group looks like. So there's the original, and here's my version side by side. You know, as I do that, I immediately go like, oh my goodness, look at all the things that are not working here. Like the way that I did the shading down here, I really didn't do a very good job of getting her cheekbones in there. Could be a little bit darker up here at the top of her nose, but you know what? I think that's okay. So let's zoom in, and where should we? Let's start. Let's go to the bottom. That's pretty close. Okay. Let's see if I just move this up to the side just so we can see that corner. This is in the bottom corner. Well, first of all, on camera, that has an orange quality, which is just not visible to me at all. I mean, you could say that might be the Imprimatura coming through, but this is actually, I think I did a pretty good job matching that color. In fact, it could be, it's maybe even a little bit dark. So while that looks orange on camera, it's definitely not orange in person. It looks definitely more like a crimson, dark red. And as I see it, I'm like, you know, maybe I shouldn't have put any blue in there at all after all. So, you know, as we look at this, we could see that there's, you know, this is a little bit sloppy. That's because I did all that with tape, and the tape, you know, it's pretty clunky trying to use a blade to carve around some of those letters. I did the best I could. Not perfect, but good enough. Also, you know, there's, in fact, I should show this is the actual original painting or photograph, artwork, I guess, right? You can see that maybe there's a bit of her shoulder there. that is not in shadow. I just made the decision just to make this all black, just so we could have almost like a checkerboard kind of pattern here, kind of keep that thing going on. In the version that I created, I photoshopped this extra black space underneath. In the original, it's more square, and this just goes right to the bottom of the canvas. So all that's kind of been invented by me there. Let's roll to the others. Ari says, your warm red always looks more orange on camera. That's true. I need to do some tinkering with the color temperature on the cameras. Now that I think they're different. When I was in my previous studio, I think I had it worked out, but different studios, different lights, all those kinds of things. Or the same lights, but they need to be fine-tuned. How's that looking? That's okay. I'm happy with that. Again, you can see in the image, this starts to kind of turn into black down here. I just continued that white all the way across. I feel that works well for me. Okay. How about... Well, we'll stay to the periphery for right now, and then I'll go in. In fact, now, I'm going to take that off. That's her hair, but in the negative, so it appears totally white. I feel like that's okay. How about on the opposite side? I feel good about that. Again, the text, yeah, it's okay. I mean, if I let's say I look here, Y, you know, the word seems to have maybe moved down a little bit. I don't know how that happened, but you know, when I did that second tracing, I must have pulled a little bit tighter on the outline that was taped to the back. So not a big deal. She herself, especially where the is, right, you could see how hers, it wasn't really quite centered. I kind of centered it there. Again, not that there's anything wrong with what she did, but it's one of those things for me, I felt like that would annoy me looking at it. So I always feel like it doesn't matter what the original looks like after a certain point. I've got to make my own version of it work. So that when I look at it, it doesn't drive me crazy. Because I can't just sit there like, well, you know, that's what the original looks like. It's not my fault. Okay, how about we'll look at the positive side of her face first. Probably could have darkened part of that eye. Yeah. No, that's fine. Let's not tinker with. It does. I feel like I could probably have just come in a little bit more with her cheekbones. Her face is a little bit flat there. I like how the nose turned out. At least I'm just thinking about the left side. All right, if I just cover that. That's okay. Not my finest work, but it's also not bad. Right? I don't have to be too hard on myself. You know, with the shape of that lip, I kind of feel like it's definitely not symmetrical. You know, this one comes up much higher and then is shorter. This one's got a smaller slope and then goes out that way. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the negative this side of her face now. I mean, I suppose that doesn't have to be quite so black inside her eye, but it does really help create that contrast. I like that. I'm happy I did that. I almost feel like I could have gotten even darker on this side of her face. You notice that hers isn't quite that dark. There's really no place on the right side of her original image that is as black as what I've used. But I really amped that up so that it was equally kind of dark on both sides, that I had the same level of value contrast. I mean, I suppose her ear could, on the negative side, could get darker, and her ear on the positive side could get lighter. But I kind of like how they fade into some kind of equivalence there. I quite like how that eye turned out in the negative. So maybe let's just back out there. Yeah, you know, I look at that, I look at the corners of her mouth that could be changed. The shape of her jaw could be, right now, she basically just has a big oval face, whereas her jaw kind of has, you can see that line kind of comes in, and then there's a bit of a sharper bend. Not that big of a deal. I'm just pointing out the differences and where potentially I could have made changes. You also see, like, with this eye, I've kind of lightened that area. That's because in the positive area, it's darker under here. So we would expect that over here, if that's the negative, that should be positive. So it does maybe make her look like a slightly different person for after all, but yeah. I mean, if I was working on this for another, you know, for one of my own exhibitions, I might work on this for a week, right? And really be obsessed with kind of little details. But when I'm just making it for myself, it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Just for fun, just to kind of help people learn a little bit about how to paint. You can also see her hair. This kept that's there. And ideally, they kind of go up, and it's very symmetrical. Here, when I was painting, I just kept accidentally getting more black outside my lines, and it just kept going further and further down. I don't mind that, though, because it does feel maybe a little bit less perfectly symmetrical, which I think is kind of nice. It makes it, again, I did the same thing with the highlights in her eyes. Notice how the two, these dots, these highlights over here are kind of 1, 2, and then I did the same thing here. But in hers, you can see that I think this is literally the inverse image of the left-hand side of the picture because of the way those reflections are in the eyes. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I look at little things like that. There's a bunch of little things in that text that feel a little bit sloppy. If this canvas was 3 times larger, it wouldn't be like that. But okay, let's move on. Okay, thank you everyone for painting along with me, for keeping me company over the course of the creation of, or recreation of, this incredible masterpiece by Barbara Kruger, one of the greatest living artists of our time, and this particular artwork has more meaning than it has arguably ever had, right? 30 plus years after its original creation, which is, I think, what makes this such a great artwork, that kind of timeless quality that it can resonate for generations after generations after generations. One would hope that this would stop resonating with people, and that people, maybe my daughter when she's my age, looks back and is just like, what? I don't understand the meaning behind this. What? Why did women march on Washington in 1989? Like, really? That was an issue back then? That is weird. You old people are crazy, right? That's the world I hope she grows up in, and that this ends up being some strange, anachronistic, bizarre artwork that talks about a time long gone. So, personally, I can only hope for that. And I think the creation of artwork can help bring people together, can help people see other people's ideas and opinions and get a little bit of empathy and understanding. So thank you for helping me make this artwork today. We'll see you guys again very soon. Remember to upload your work to the Facebook group so that I can celebrate your work and give you feedback if you want. We'll talk to you again soon, everybody. Have a great day. Bye-bye.